Hello again, viewers, and greetings, fellow space travelers. This is Thorn of Night, and welcome back to a lovely Wednesday. It's Wednesday, my dudes. On the Performium Wild SMP, and you can probably guess, based on my location, and maybe the title of the video, stream, whatever, what today's project is going to be. I am working on the Menger Sponge again. I have made so much progress on so many different things that I want to keep the momentum going and make some more progress on this. So today I'll be working on the next portion of the Menger Sponge and listening to music and probably fending off feral ghouls and Fallout Shelter, because that's now the reality of my life. Anyway, excuse me, before I get into things, let me bring this up and read the terrible dad joke for the day. And terrible only because it's a dad joke, not because it's a terrible joke. Terrible jokes are made on paper. What do you call a duck that gets all A's? A wise quacker. Yep. Don't let the goose know. Anyway, there's that. I will also say a big hearty... Well, first off, a big hearty welcome to Johnny and Cuddles. Hello, welcome. And also a big hearty thank you to Johnny and Cuddles in the form of saying thank you to all the people who can help me by supporting me on Patreon or on Streamlabs, whatever. I really do absolutely appreciate it. It wouldn't be possible for me to have all the stuff going on in my Discord with Dinobot without having a little bit of income coming in from somewhere, and I'm trying to make all of my online stuff pay for all of my online stuff, and it's snug, but it's happening. And hopefully soon I will be able to get a Patreon server. We'll see how that goes, but in the meantime, for now, thank you to the people who can help support me. And those names right now are Elmaze11, Zogma Infinium, Sean, Robert Kemp, Little Cuddles, and X-Blaze Ninja Zero. And I need to not hit X there. I need to minimize this. I need to click on that. Bring this up. I need to do this. Come... hang out as I build some more giant fractals on Wild. Paste. And now enter. And do this. And bring this up. And go over here. All the busy work. Now I'll go stand on top of this one. And I go paste. There it is. That was a little bit of a latency. Look at all those amethyst ranks. And look at that. There's someone down there wandering around. Look at all those people, familiar people that used to just veg about over on Wild, and now they've vacated to move on with the band. These are aha! These are groupies. They just go where the band is. Wild. There we go. Back to the rain. P weather clear and P time at noon. Which is not to say that P time is at noon. Don't hold it. If you need to go, you need to go. Alright. Let's come over here. Let's mark the extreme edge. Because it's extreme. Let's measure twice and cut once. Yep, that's in the right spot. Outstanding. I feel like I'm up too high. There we go. So I have, let's see here, PV2. I have some chiseled deep slate. It should be, oh, that says block of copper. That's not chiseled deep slate. That's block of copper. And also someone donated 61 deep slate tiles, adorably. All right, how many shulkers do you think I'll need? Or I might have enough, who knows? Especially because I'm going to be having fallout shelter going at the same time. I do want to get the perimeter up before I do this. Before I jump into fallout shelter. I have recently added a new idle game to my gamut, and it has reinforced my idea that I might want to do an idle / clicker stream maybe once a week. Call it something like the ADHD idle clicker extravaganza. Hey, it must be a day ending and why the Dracon has drowned. Well, then that means that during the week I need to also start grinding away and making some more of my own. And don't worry too much about me, Cuddles. I can always... Ooh, I moved my mouse pad. Woo! Ooh, look at that. Ah, Optifine. Ah, I love Optifine. When it comes to my supply... If I run out, I can always go back to base, grab some cobbled deep slate shulkers, of which we have innumerable quantities, and then just during the stream, make a shulker at a time as needed. Work is work is work. We don't have mana, we have man-hours. Oh yeah, I said I was going to bring up Fallout Shelter. Oops. Let's bring up Fallout Shelter. Oh, I should tell you, the name of the new idle game that I have been immersed in and have... It'll sound like a lot, and it is a lot. I have 61 achievements, but it's out of 553. I have been playing it for 5.7 hours. So that should give you an idea of how easy it is to get some of the achievements. And part of the reason for that is some of the progression you can get is based on percentage boosts based on how many achievements you have. So anyway, the game is called Idle Slayer, and it's another free idle game on Steam, and I am actually enjoying it, and I am thinking that it can be one of the ones that I use for the ADHD extravaganza. It's not overly demanding of attention, like Fallout Shelter, and it's got a bunch of different things going on, but not so many that you have to know Calc 2 and advanced geometry in order to be able to keep the game going. Let's see here. Where in my recent playlist? Ha! Fallout Shelter. It should just show up on its own over here on the right. There we go. It's starting up. Good, good, good. Let's minimize Steam. Let's go ahead and see if there's any immediate stuff going in. Oh, first off, you'll notice I have rearranged a little bit, and oh, where is he? Found him. Didn't even need to zoom in. I've added the Science Center. I have made it so that the elevator doesn't go down here. Instead, any home invaders are going to have to go through the room with all the guns. And then I have added the club. Which is for training charisma, because now I'm past level 42 dwellers. And I have split these part down here. Let's see here. I have 100 storage left. Cool. What we got here? Oh, they are 4 minutes away. Look at that timing. Okay. 6 hours? Looks like you can go on to something else, good buddy. Let's put you over here in strength. You're at 6 hours. You could do with some charisma. You are at 6 hours. You could do with some charisma. About 2.5, 4 hours, 8 hours. Yikes! What are you low on? Oh, you're low on charisma. That is not where I clicked. You know what? Let's put you here. Let's put you in this one. Where'd he go? You in there. There we go. Let's put you. It was you, yes. Let's put you in here. That way the secondary room is also full of good guns. And that means that I have a spot in athletics, but I don't necessarily need that right now. Where is he now? Hiding behind the other person. I love it. Okay. So I'm gonna have a quest here soon where everyone needs to be wearing some radiation gear. I want to swap some of this out. have... This is a perception room. More comedian gear. Let's give you this. And there was someone else. There we go. You can have just about anything. You know, there's room for another clergy. In here. More charisma. Still want to get you trained up though. Alright, so it was you? Yeah, it was you. Let's send you out into the world. Let's give you 15 of these. Let's give you 10 of these. You, sir, get to go explore for a while. Because I have this. Have a dweller exploring the wasteland for 7 hours. I also have make 2 friends in the wasteland. I thought for sure by now, with all the quests I've been doing, I would. My daily reports have been at about 94% happiness all round recently, so that's good. Alright. Let's put this over on the other monitor. Oh, the reason why it's at 93% is because I have some new vault members that are not fully happy. I mean, they're happy enough, I suppose. It doesn't drop below 90% until here. So, oh, come on, come on. Where? Aha! Here we have some ghouls. My first streamed ghoul attack. They won't get past right here. Oh, that one made it to here. Holy cow. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, it's full complement. I wish I could bar Mr. Handy from coming into the main vault room. I'm thinking what I might need to do is just have you can only have 2 characters in here, only 2 dwellers, and if I get death claws, they're just gonna die. But anyway, if I get an attack and the Mr. Handy is on here, this room goes on pause, and then Mr. Handy tries to take on all the bad guys, and that will cost me 2,000 every single time I have an attack. So I had to drag Mr. Handy to another floor so that the attack can come into the defensive room where I have 6 people. Anyway, let's go back to Minecraft. You over here. Here's the thing though, if I don't have Mr. Handy on the first floor, I'm not going to be getting the power from that floor. So what I'm thinking I might need to do is leave this as some other room. And then move the power down to move the secondary power to where the radio station is. And then move the radio station down to here. You know what? Let's just go ahead and do that. So what room would I put there? Oh, have the overseer's office up there? I could do storage. I could put storage there. Let's do that. Let me do a little rearranging. See, this is why I don't need to have a full inventory of deep slate. Where is Mr. Handy? Mr. Handy's gonna live on that floor now. He sounded like he was sort of on the left. I don't see. Oh no, he was somewhere here. Okay. Alright, let's do the radio studio. I'll put it right here. And then the second one. And then, you know what? That'll do. That's good enough. Upgrade. Upgrade. Hey, you two. Come here. I did not zoom back in. Stop that. You come down here. You should be empty now. Here, go in that room, goober. Oh, so not storage. Well, well, either way, this is going to be the next power plant. So destroy this. You can't destroy this because it's connected with two rooms. Can I destroy this? Because it's connected with two rooms. Let's see here. So this is a problem. I can one. Okay. For the moment, here's my idea. Lounge. Where are you, Lounge? You. Lounge. Go here. You. Go there. You. Go there. You. No! You. Can't be destroyed because I'm under attack. Be nice if they dropped stuff. All right. Delete this. Okay. Then so how am I going to do this? How am I going to do this? So you're saying I need to move this back over and then put the elevator here, and that'll allow me to put an elevator or to destroy this? No, that wouldn't, because it'll still complain that I'm connected to two rooms. Only way, huh? Okay. You guys, vacate. Excuse me? Oh, so Mr. Handy is smart, but the dwellers aren't. Gotcha. Alright, you, go hang out in there. You, go hang out in there. You, get destroyed. Get wrecked. You, become an elevator. You, can I delete you now? I'll wait. Destroy. That's all it took? That's baloney. Okay, you, get wrecked. You. Power. Power. Upgrade. Upgrade. Yeah. I hear you, mystery person. Here, you're in the elevator. I see you. You've been noticed. Okay. Put the elevator back here. Put all 4 of you in here. You know what? I'll just leave it as power because that makes for more power storage. Okay. That's good, that's good. And then destroy this. And then build power. Build power. And build power. Upgrade. Upgrade. You work here, you work here. And I'll just leave this as a power plant. And it can just be more storage for electricity, an extra buffer of power storage. Because it doesn't cost anything to keep this there. It's not like it creates more need for power, it's just a room for, it's a box for storing power. Because I've got that down here too. Because I need more power. This, anytime you have this line dead middle, you're not gonna be in for a good time. If your line is dead middle, and especially if you can't maintain some amount of power production, you're gonna have a really hard time. So, you need to have this left of the middle, the bar up here, which mine slightly is now, and hopefully be able to stay on top of the power. Now that means I'm gonna have to be clicking this all the time, but that's okay, because that's my main power generation room. Okay. A little bit of rearranging. But now we've got 2 power generation rooms being automatically gathered by Mr. Handy. Morat attack. Morat attack will go to 1 more room and be done. And that is what I like to see. Okay. Now, Minecraft full screen. Move this over here. It could be a rush room if the one below fails. That's a good point. Because it seems like I'm going to be needing to dump people into power generation next anyway. Now, was that the only... Ah! Wait a minute! I've almost forgotten! It's been more than 7 minutes! Let's enter! And I'm leaving my adventurers dressed in the ghost costume so I can find them easier. What have we got? Ooh, big long place. Sweet. All right, 1,300 bucks from the first room. Five pets for $1. Where's this? Oh, you mean like IRL money? That's not worth it. Oh, what's that? It's for dudes! I can't find out. Oh, hold on. There's an alarm going off in another room. Just a second. Sorry about that. The wife actually left the phone at the house. She was running behind, set it down, gathered everything else, left, and then I go through the kitchen and I see her phone on the counter. Oops. Hopefully she won't be late for going back in from lunch today. Can't tell if there's anything sparkling in this room. No. All right. You think you've had enough excitement for one day? Well, too bad. Almost 3,500 bucks so far. Also, hi George. Yes, indeed. Why are you particular so squishy? Oh, I missed it. Oh well. I felt it as soon as I clicked that I was going to miss the perfect. I have that one objective for getting something like 7 perfects or whatever. Can I look those up here? Of course not. Busy room. Ah, too soon. This looks like a scene. Vault 199. Oh! Nice. Bunch of these guys have pickaxes. Last floor? Aw, but I was having so much money. Ooh. Let's see here. That's just a regular laser rifle, 12 to 13. Okay. You'll do well at home. A single right-of-way. All right. So that was almost 7,000 bottle caps on one quest. That's not too shabby. And all that other stuff too. Find Bigsby. They went to Vault 199. Got some fancy stuff. Let's see here. If it's just one Nuka-Cola, I think I might just go ahead and rush them back. And it's 2. Alright. So both of these floors have a Mr. Handy. It's this one I need to watch. Oh, right. I need to put the lounge back up here. You, and you, and you, and you. And you. Into the void. And my power production is not so good. How How's everyone's happiness? 95, 100. Here, let me put you up here. Are you kidding? This is a perfectly good visualization of why I separated these rooms, because now I have to wait for this to finish before I can do what I was going to do up here. Come on, you. There's nothing in there. Eat the rats. I just realized there's a box back here for a Mr. Handy. Animal crate. No lunch boxes. Come on, are you done yet? Have you decided? Thank you. Alright, let's rush this room. You are 9 to 13. The junk jet is worthless by comparison, and the plasma pistol is also garbage. Okay. So that should slowly up you to 100%. Yeah, there you go. And you are 93, 95. Why not? Found him. Make 2 friends in the wasteland. What? Excuse me? Oh! The ghoul gave me supplies and some much needed friendship. Well, that's convenient. Equip 23 dwellers with an outfit. That'll happen eventually. Alright, you guys, 95, 94, and 100, so I didn't do it soon enough. Alright. Let's put it back to Minecraft. Now that all that busy work is taken care of. I can get back to work on this. So, regarding yesterday's stream, I have since hunted down a recent version of the My Worlds plugin. I almost called it a data pack, and then I almost called it a mod. It is a plugin. Helps you manage worlds that are loaded or unloaded, lets you copy things around, generate new worlds, set worlds as spawn worlds, regulate what sorts of mobs can or cannot spawn on those worlds, whether the worlds are chunk loaded when players are not present. He's in my base. See him. No. Don't see him. He sounded like he was near the top. Yeah, he was up here somewhere. I missed him. I'm not even gonna bother with Bottle and Cappy. If they're on my screen, I'll click on them, but Anyway, I'm going to see if after installing My Worlds plugin and figuring which worlds are loaded and what mobs are allowed to be on which worlds and that sort of thing, if that will help. If I can do that, and it helps without me having to delete the mob variants, then I can proceed as normal. If installing it and optimizing the worlds doesn't make a bit of difference, what? I hear him. Oh, he's right there in the doorway. Okay, you guys. There you go. Oh. Yeah, Fallout Shelter is never a dull moment. You're there again? Do you have a favorite spot now? Also, after I have finished with testing the nether part of the New in Town storyline, if there isn't an additional one in the end, then I will be... Okay, yeah, you guys are okay. I will be probably making a new world to test differently, because I will have to pull out a couple data packs, put in some other ones, and try to get everything set up from the beginning using the plugins, and see if monitoring the worlds right at the start prevents some of the issues. But as far as the testing is concerned, what I need to do, as far as everything beyond the New in Town, because for all I know there's going to be a lot more involved with that, and if there is, that's awesome. Maybe there's the end, and there seems to be at least a few other dimensions added by this expansion, I guess is a good enough word. But I also need to test mechanization, make sure that's working properly, and to make sure any and all of the ores that are supposed to be showing up show up. I found 10, but that doesn't mean the other ones are going to have spawned in the world. And then also the same goes for the expansion. I'm gonna have to test that. Make sure I can go to all of the different worlds without any interference between one data pack and another. And then there's the matter of the Bracken pack. I haven't really gone into too much detail with that. I did a quick test to see if there was a world height conflict, which there wasn't. That was lovely. But I haven't really worked with that yet. There is actual progression and lore and stuff with the Bracken pack, and some of it is really hard. And I am definitely looking forward to experiencing it, but I need to find out precisely what the progression is so that I can plan my playthrough. And I also need to make sure that the progression works properly. He sounded kind of faint. Aha! The Bracken pack adds, I want to say 8 worlds. Let's see here. Hey, it's just raiders this time. And no Mr. Handy to get in the way. Awesome. There is a world that's directly between the overworld and the nether. Then underneath the nether there's another world. And then under that is a world called the Void. It is completely empty. as you might imagine a void to be. There are some mods that allow you to place a block in the air. Uh-oh. Something has happened. I don't know if there are ways that I can do that. If there are, I might try to colonize the void. Explore the cabin. Please don't die. Please don't die. Oh. It's this one. Is that an upgraded weapon I see? No, that's a rusty sniper rifle. That's a downgrade. That's only 10 damage. I mean, it's better than what some of the people back at the vault have, but... one more room. Yeah, I can do this. Especially if I get a critical. Cough, cough. Why do you have to fight in the doorway? There's the whole room. Sometimes that makes it hard to collect the goodies. Ooh, a pocket watch. I have not gotten that yet. And what's this armor that you just got? It's okay. Well, I took care of your grandparents. Nice. Anyway, I was talking about the Bracken pack. I don't know if I have access to anything that would allow me to just place a block in the void without placing it on something. If I do, I might try to colonize the void. If not, then whatever. But then from the void, you continue on to the, if you're lucky, the end, going down. So it's overworld, the Underdark, the nether, sanctum, the void, and the end. Sometimes when you fall through the bottom of the void, it has a chance, depending on certain criteria, maybe your velocity or your game stage or whatever, there is a chance that you will instead end up in one of the other dimensions. There's one called the brine. There's one called and the brine you can also access just from the overworld by falling down through a whirlpool in an ocean. But there is there's this one that's sort of matrixy. There's this one that is I honestly, I don't know how to describe it. Long story short, there are at least half a dozen dimensions in the Bracken pack. And each one has its own stuff going on. There's special abilities that you can get from visiting them and finding the goodies. Just all kinds of stuff. And I do look forward to working with it. I feel like I'm up too high. There we go. Mole rats. Uh-oh. You might need help. Here, you help. So even once I'm done with the new in town, I'm not done testing stuff. Also, I have a suspicion that the new in town data pack will have an additional portion set in the end. I have that suspicion. I might be wrong. We'll see. But that would be pretty neat. Oops. Because if that's the case, then there is a lot of adventure potential. There is a lot of storytelling potential. And also there is a lot of time spent potential. Now, regardless of whether I am able to turn this into a Patreon server with what I'm trying to accomplish on it, I am for sure going to be pursuing gameplay. No point in doing all this work if I don't do something with it. So in addition to the regular adventures, I'm going to be having certain, I guess, built-in challenges and storyline of my own thrown into the mix. One of them, I was hoping to be able to get the advancement tabs mod to work, and I may still be able to do that. I need to install VIA. I think it's called VIA. The plugin that allows you to have multiple versions log into the same server and that sort of thing. It's either VIA allows a lower client to log into a higher server or a higher client to log into a lower server. There's VIA and there's another one, and with them both working, it makes it so that anyone can log into any version server. I'll have to figure out which one it is that I need. But I'm hoping that I can get that resolved, because a lot of what I was wanting to do was going to revolve around the stuff that's on the advancement tabs. And if I can't see all the tabs because it's limited to the 26 that Minecraft has hard-coded as the upper limit, no matter what GUI scaling you do, it's going to make it hard, if not impossible. The best option that I can have, if I can't get the advancement tab mod to work, would be to find out a complete list of all the advancements, including the vanilla ones, because those are no longer visible because of all the stuff that I've added. And then write them all down and try to pursue them that way. But in addition to the advancement tabs, I have other challenges that I want to do, like for instance, having expansion revolve around my ability to do the new in town stuff. So a lot more testing, a lot more planning, and maybe a little bit more reconfiguring to do to get everything to work the way it ought to. But I feel like I'm equal to the task. Come on. Bye-bye. Oopsie. He's on the right. Honestly, I'm pretty happy with the new rearrangement of the Fallout shelter. Putting the Mr. Handy on the second floor with 2 power plants. That's actually proving to be good. just before the stream, while I had... Wow! While I had Bottle and Cappy arrive, the power station caught fire. I was just about to say that. And the only thing missing is, while that happened, the mysterious stranger showed up. Also in this room. So it was Bottle and Cappy and a fire and a mysterious stranger. And Mr. Handy was in there. It was a whole zoo. Bottle. Wait, where's... Oh, there he is. You have some shulkers for me. I've still got some. You use the ones that you're making. And I'll use the ones that I've got, and then I'll make some more. That way I can torture people. God, dolls. Fine. Goodness. It was making me click on everything but him. You guys leaving yet? This seems like a very long Bottle and Cappy visit. Okay, good, they're leaving. Thank Adam. It's been an hour. So tomorrow is Thursday. So I could mix things up like I have been and do some RPG of some sort. Silverfall, WoW, something. Titan Quest, I don't know. Or the Orb Van Helsing. Or I could work some more on the data pack thing. What do you guys want to see? One of these was empty, wasn't it? It was this one. Because I'm game for just about anything, but I want to know what you guys want. Oops. The options were work some more on the data pack setup, data pack and plugin setup, or do the random RPG like Silverfall or WoW or Van Helsing, or I don't know, Torchlight. Probably should continue with the ones I've already started. Or here's the other option. Oh, it's 9 p.m. The other option, and this is the secret option. I could randomly select from the hundreds of games that I've got on Steam that I have not played and start going through them and see what you guys enjoy. Oh, Red Roaches, they got this. I must say that the sound of defeating a red roach, it hits that ew gross spot pretty well. They did some good sound choice. A good sound choice on the sound for that red roach squishing noise. It sounds pretty gnarly. I didn't see him. You are 4 hours. What are you doing? You could be moving over to A. For right now, I don't want people spending any more than the first few levels. Let's put you in here. Because one of the things I was tossing around in my head not too long ago was to just maybe start doing this on weekends or whatever, but because I have all of these titles on Steam, even though I have games that I prefer to play, doesn't mean I can't play the ones that I've not been playing. And so I could just start at the top of my list alphabetically or something and just pick a game and play it over the course of the weekend or whatever. Or play it one day and see if it gets added to the yes, I'd like to see more of this pile, or no, that was terrible, please burn my eyes. There are games, by the way, in my collection that have caused me to add a category called Never Play. Some of them I got deliberately because I thought they were going to be something else and was disappointed. Some of them just came as part of bundles. Like, they're just terrible, awful games. Poorly assembled, just pure rubbish, hard to play, hard to look at, everything, the whole package just awful. And so I had to make a category of Never Play. And right now I have, sadly, I've got quite a few titles in that category. But outside of that category, I literally have hundreds of games. Some are games that largely you play once and you never need to play again, because you're like, okay, well, I got the story. Yeah, it was an okay game. I don't need to replay it again because I won't get anything new out of it. And it wasn't so enjoyable that I'd rather play it than, say, you know, Minecraft or something. But it occurs to me that maybe you guys want to see some of the games that I've got in my collection. Because there's even really fun RPG games in my collection that I haven't... I just learned a button. Oh, you can Q and E. E zooms in and Q zooms out. Oh, that's a lot nicer than using the mouse wheel. That would help a lot. Okay, I'll have to try to remember that. Sorry, I just discovered a thing in Fallout Shelter. I have an awful lot of games where they were fun when I got them, and for one reason or another, they stopped being as fun. Where is Mysterious Stranger? I lost him. Oh well. Some of that is because the games they were great to play at the time before I got used to new game mechanics, and it's hard to go back. Some of them are vastly different from when I originally got them because the developers made updates that changed the games. Here's looking at you, Cube World. Cube World went from one of my most enjoyed games to What Did You Do, You Monster? In one update. And the worst part about it is, and the game was just fine for years. And then the dev decided not only did they want to put it on Steam, okay, good for them, but also they wanted to make all these big sweeping changes, which so drastically altered the nature of the game that the entire community around Cube World pulled together and boycotted it. When all of your players push and advertise to not have a game, and they put up negative reviews which are completely 100% honest in such vast droves that your game reaches sometimes 90% negative score, you know you've done something wrong. But the dev apparently didn't care. The big thing that ruined Cube World for everyone was, well, first off, what Cube World was is it had sort of Minecraft graphics, cubey kind of voxely graphics, and you would go around and explore and do quests for NPCs, and I filled this in on accident. And oh, he's so close. I hear him so close. Where is he? No? I didn't see him again. Oh well. And it's an RPG game. You've got some skills and stats, and you've got gear. Now, I'm going to explain how a normal RPG works. It will be clear and obvious that this is what it is, and it'll make you wonder, okay, well, if that's what's being explained, then what could possibly have happened to ruin the game? Because everyone knows that that's how an RPG works. And you might even be able to guess what happened, but I'm going to go ahead and explain. In a standard RPG, when you get gear, obviously, whether it's just plain gear or gear that you can add enhancements to, like gems and enchantments and stuff like that, as you level up, you obviously will get new gear, or you can keep upgrading the gear that you've got. But when you move on to the next zone and all of that, you get to take all your stuff with you, and you get to continue on with your character as is and beat the bosses of the next zone and get new gear and all that kind of stuff. And you're thinking, yeah, that's plainly obvious, so what about that did they change that ruined the game? After you leave a zone, all of your gear is unusable. You have to start it from scratch and get level 1 gear in the next zone. Now, some zones, the easiest boss there is 10, 15, 20 levels above you. Your character levels are utterly meaningless. All they do is largely mark how long you've been playing. Yes, you get some skills that are innate to your class, but they are not enough to compete with the damage of a boss. And so you have to rely on your gear. So what do you suppose happens if you enter a new zone full of mobs that are 20 levels, 30, 50 levels above you, and you have no gear, and you're expected to try to find level 1 gear by going into these level 50 dungeons? I will go ahead and shortcut the answer and say it's impossible. They literally made their game impossible to play and refused to change anything about that. All while putting it up on Steam. Cube World was one of those few games that I bought in early access. I had to learn my lesson, as did a large number of the gaming community, that just because a dev is jumping on the early access train doesn't mean that they are going to complete their stuff. I would say I probably lost only a couple $100, but there are a lot of people who lost hundreds and hundreds, maybe even thousands of dollars to games and devs that never delivered, and it's not like you can get your money back from that. Some games like 7 Days to Die, the devs are technically still working on it, and the game is technically still improving. It is overall better than it was when I started playing it, but it is no longer the game it was when I started playing it. It's wearing the shoes of the game that I started playing when it came out almost a decade ago and is still in alpha. But I will tolerate 7 Days to Die before some of these other games. Cube World was one of the early access games that ultimately it got abandoned. It did. but in the state that it was in when it was abandoned, it was effectively a complete game. It was good enough, and it was loads of fun. I even started a couple episodes of it on my YouTube, but this was back when I was deciding what to record based on how many views I got instead of basing it on how much fun I was having. I would probably still have been playing Cube World for a long time if I had been basing it on how much fun I was having. But the whole thing. Oh, he sounded quiet. Found you. The whole thing about Cube World was it was after the wave of people losing interest in the early access. It was a great game that kind of fell by the wayside, while whole bunches of other games got all the attention of, well, I bought into this game in early access, paid almost AAA price, and then the devs just, you know, literally vanished off the face of the earth with no explanation. There are a lot of games like that. Some of which I'm sad to say I did get into. Like one was called Tug, the Untitled Game, TUG. And it had all the promise and the spit shine that all the rest of them did. And what you've got to understand about the whole early access phenomenon was people were used to, they had gotten acquainted with the premise of early access turning into something phenomenal. Minecraft and Terraria were both the template of what early access should be. You get in early access, you, as the community, beta test all of this stuff before it gets released, so that the devs go, this is how everyone's playing our game, and this brings to light these bugs, and they're asking for this, and why didn't we think of this, and let's add this. That's the way it should be, and that's the way everyone else said, oh, okay, so if they had such success, we enjoyed their stuff so much, then these other new people who are doing early access, they're going to do the same thing, right? And when the other devs didn't follow that social contract of living up to the expectation of what people anticipated when spending their money on these games, it caused... Nice. It caused a stink in the community. And Cube World was one of those games that I am sad to say I did get in on the ground floor of, but unlike other early adapter games, this was in the middle of the wave of early access, and it felt like it was going to be actually pursued because what was already there was phenomenal. It was great, and the dev was still doing updates. They even updated something to fix an obvious glaring bug exploit thing that made the game so tremendously fun to play as a scout, I think it was, that uh, it it taking it out actually kind of made the game less fun to play, but by charging your pounce ability or something like that as a scout, you could then switch over to your hang glider and release the pounce and get infinite or near infinite backward momentum. And so what you do is you go, okay, well, I want to get over to that zone. And if I face away from it and then crouch and then pounce and then switch to my hang glider, I can glide all the way there and skip all this wandering around. And all it was fast travel. But it was so fun to Superman the whole map. And I say the whole map. What I mean is, the Cube World is one of those infinitely generated worlds. Well, nearly infinitely. Arbitrarily large. I walked in one direction every day for about 5 hours a day for a month, and I did not get to the end of the map. So I don't know if there is a hard limit for how big the map is, but I never found it. And every zone randomly generated, all the contents are randomly generated, all the encounters, everything. It was so good. And I'm focusing in on this one on Cube World because I would rather still play Cube World than some of these other games that I have put into my category called Never Play. Because they are just terrible games. There's one, and Cuddles remembers this one. Let me see here. Where is my... Okay, Never Play has 106 titles in it. Where is... Ah, there it is. Last Room. So... Cuddles and I used to, I would play a game and stream it, and especially if it was a puzzle game, she would try to help me solve the puzzles or just have some advice, help look stuff up when I couldn't, and that sort of thing. And it was like playing games together, you know, like if you were to go over to a friend's house and play Mario as a kid. And that's what we did. We had a lot of fun doing it, and we found this franchise of puzzle games that were like, you know, Myst and all that, called Room 1, Room 2, and Room 3. And we loved them. They were good fun. Lots of fun puzzles, little twists and surprises, some mystery thrown in, good sound, good graphics, fantastic. Not even clunky gameplay. They were fun. They were good games. Then, long after we had played or participated in the first 3 games, on our feed of recommendations was one called Last Room, and it was, by all counts, meant to be a continuation of those 3 games. The fact that it was put out by a completely different dev didn't register to me. Probably didn't register to her. This game was so awful that even the controls did not work most of the time. The basic controls. And it had nothing at all to do with the 3 room games. Not even a whisper. But she and I got so jazzed for it. And I got it. And okay, mole rats, have your fun. I got it. I started playing it. I started streaming it. I think there was a little bit of some issue with beginning to stream it the first time, and so I even put in more work, and this is before I could actually get into playing it, so I didn't know anything about it. But we were prepared for, oh boy, here's another multi-hour session of sitting down trying to solve puzzles and looking at all the secrets and learning codes and things like this. And then what happened was the atrocity that is last room. It was just awful. It had literally nothing to do with anything that the here, I'll put this in my they're both 3. There we go. That the first 3 games in what is their own franchise had to do with. Turns out that the dev on purpose misadvertised to try to get people who were familiar with the Room series to become interested in their game. They literally misadvertised it on purpose, and they didn't even make a complete game. That's what makes it worse. It was just terrible. That's one example of the rooms in my never play category. There are a few games that are in my never play category because I have, say, a better version. Like, say, I have the original BioShock in never play because I have the remastered versions. Or there are some in-between things where the games I played them, they are, I mean, they're games, but they are not enjoyable to me, or they're things that you don't need to play more than once to get. For instance, the Alan Wake franchise. Great franchise. I love it. I love horror. I love me some horror. I love me some psychological horror too. And Alan Wake is great for that. But if you've played it once, or you've watched it in its entirety once, it's not fun. You can't, unless you've got like dementia or something, you can't go into it and pretend like you don't know what's going to happen. You can't pretend and oh, I don't know what decision to make here. you go, well, if I don't make this decision here, it's going to make the rest of my gameplay terrible, so I have to do this decision, otherwise it's going to be an awful game, so here we go. And there are a number of games like that in my never play category, but largely my never play category, of the 106 games, I would say at least 80 of them are just awful. So I guess to loop back, when it comes to all the hundreds of games that I own, there are a lot that I will gladly play again. I just haven't because other games scratch the same itch, only better. Where is he? He's over here somewhere. Oh, I bet he was in the dark room. Arrgh. But there are a lot of games that I just haven't played or haven't installed because... Okay, you guys, come on. Just finish playing with me. Come on. Thank you. Because I have all these other things already going. But if you guys think something else would be fun to watch as a change of pace or whatever, I will gladly defer to your judgment if you go through my Steam library and look and go, oh, what about this game or that game? I will look into it. I will see about trying to stream it if you want. But I'm going to leave those decisions up to you. So, to go further back in time, the choices are data pack, RPG, or dredge something up from Steam. Fire in the cafeteria. Fire in the cafeteria. One of the only rooms where it actually makes sense that there's going to be a fire. really do hope she's doing okay at work today. As much as her phone sometimes interferes with her getting stuff done, it's also kind of her escapism and her sanity. And it's also where all of her alarms live. Oh, a completely unrelated note. I've not heard back from Here Hold My Hobo. I hope that they just give up in 32 days and don't try to renew, because that's really scummy. They already said sure that they were going to just go ahead and give it over, and if they decide to just log in to renew their claim, I hope that they can never find dry socks. We'll see. Grab a drink here. Because it was exactly 4 weeks ago today that I talked to them and said, hey, I noticed you came on. What you doing with your plot there? Can I have it? And they said, sure. Next time I'm on, I'll just go ahead and abandon it. Or unclaim it or whatever. And that's the last contact that I've had with them. Okay, so they're not in that room. They sounded close to the top. I have no idea where they were. Whatevs. How are these people doing? We've got hour and a half until these guys get back, and this person's going to be out for another 5.25 hours. Okay. Oh, I was going to mention that. As far as my data pack and plug-in setup is concerned. They went no longer AFK, which is rare. I'm gonna see if I can hunt them down. As far as that is concerned, what I plan to do is make a story driven around adventure and potentially getting lost. And I want to have, oh my goodness. A single red roach almost killed you. Look at how awful your stats are. No wonder. Anyway, I want to have it go sort of in stages. I want all the progression to fit between. Oh, I got a response. Between all of the different zones, so I want to do all the nether stuff together, all the end stuff together, that sort of thing. So I want there to be a sense of progression with the adventure, and then I want to find my way back to the start point. So sort of like that. We might be on the verge of finally seeing what Merlin does. Unless they've immediately gone back AFK again. Also, Merlin's answer. I will say that I am quite glad that I never tried to pursue starting a family. I cannot imagine how probably miserable I would be. I have enough going on my own. I don't need to be transferring troubles onto younglings. I have been in the situation of, and witnessed the situation of, parents deciding to have children only because they want to have some free work around the house. So they put in the initial uh, brainwashing and whatnot, just so that they can have kids that will continue helping around the house until they are no longer needed. And that is an awful thing to do. Oh. He sounded more quiet. Maybe down here? Yep. Ooh, that was almost 5,000. In my circumstance, I'm still trying to figure out how to human, let alone how to properly adult. I have no business passing on not only those genetics, but those habits to someone else. Yep, they've gone back AFK. Well, at least I got words. I got words out of Merlin. They are no longer just myth. There's a human behind that login. Oh! The chiseled deep slate. This wonderful shape that I am so accustomed to seeing because of this build. When I found out that it was a throwback to apparently the original Warden head, I was floored. But, oops. Well, get back here. But also, I couldn't properly envision it. And yeah, I could probably go back online or something and find an example of the old warden head and tried to figure it out. How they mean that that right there is a warden head. But instead, a couple of days ago, I had a I had a dream, and in that dream, there were people, just regular people, but they had mob heads, not only from Minecraft but from other games, and I got into a conversation. I think it was at a party or I don't know. Maybe it was a Halloween party. Who knows? Is that... Oh, okay, yeah, I'm at this wall. All right. I got into a conversation with someone, and I realized, after I had been talking to them for a while, that they were wearing something that looked very much like this as their mask on their head. It was even cubey. And sometimes when I have an interaction that I recognize from the waking world occur in a dream, I can just, kind of move on with the dream and let it do its own thing. But every once in a while, what will happen is what happened with this. I identified that it was meant to be either a chiseled deep slate or a warden head. I tried to grill the person on this information, and I got so frustrated trying to find the answer and all that I woke up. I woke up because I'm trying to find the answer to something in my dream that I don't actually know the answer to in the waking world. And I got so frustrated that I just couldn't stay asleep anymore. It was a strange thing to wake up and go, oh, I was dreaming. Aha. Because usually I can just know when I'm dreaming. But this had me so entranced thinking that I was going to get this information that I had been wanting to know, that when I couldn't get the information, it was so frustrating that I had to stop sleeping. So quite literally, I have lost sleep over trying to figure out what the original warden head looks like. So maybe that might be a project for me later after today's stream, is try to find that image. 2. Because I now identify that it is going to be nagging at me perpetually until I find out. Maybe one of you guys has insider information. Because I did try to go back and look at some videos when the warden was first mentioned, and I don't have any point of reference for that. It looks largely like it does now. I don't see at all how this is a warden head. I just don't see it. Maybe it's upside down? Like maybe if you look at it like that, that's supposed to be the frowny mouth? But that doesn't make sense why it would be like that then. Maybe those are supposed to be blind eyes? I don't know. If anything, that raises more questions. Thanks, Mike, my Mojang. I almost said Minecraft. I mean, it's right, but still. Oh, Cuddles, you said you missed doing those watch-along streams that I was doing on Discord. It occurs to me, I have some games that I got roundabouts my last birthday, last Christmas, something like that, that I got because they were on sale, and I have been wanting to play them forever, and I've never played them. Still, I played the first in the series, but never the rest. I finally, from beginning to end, have played and beaten Myst. I played Myst in the past, but I'd never beaten it. I never owned it myself, so when I could play it, it was in little fits and starts at someone else's house. and it's not like I could just use the same save file easily from one playthrough to the next. So I started Myst many times, but never finished it. And then I got this bundle, and I finally beaten Myst. And a very fun game. Big puzzle. That one, I guess, mine shaft or whatever, the subway puzzle, that was a pain in the butt. If it weren't for the fact that it was Euclidean and I was able to just solve it by going left, 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 I think I probably would have pulled out my hair. But there are other games in that franchise. Games that I have not only never played or beaten, but not even installed. So that could be something that we could maybe do over Discord weekend stream, something like that. Speaking of the Mr. Merlin, there's a Guardian. You could maybe help me solve some of those puzzles. That is assuming the game will cooperate. I have some pieces of software that refuse to be streamed. It's like they know, even old software, for whatever reason, it won't function if it is streaming. Like, it'll crash the moment a stream begins. Whether that's Discord or Streamlabs. You sounded close and off to the right. But I have no reason to think that the next game, Riven, will not cooperate. It should. Okay. way over on the right this time. Oh, there he is. Oh, that's something. Since it is spoopy season right now, what are you guys' favorite Halloween candies? What I mean by that is, obviously Snickers, I guess technically is Halloween candy, but I'm talking about what is your favorite candy that typically only shows up around Halloween and you don't really see it again until the next Halloween? Do you have any favorites? Tough crowd. Still good, 4 hours still good. Alright. Oh, you're less than a minute. Yeah, I see this new picture of how the warden started off. And that actually makes some more sense. That blue thing. That actually makes a lot more sense. 4 hours. Okay, cool. That actually makes a good bit more sense. My favorite Halloween candy is the one where it's those individually wrapped caramels with peanut butter in the middle that are either wrapped in black wax paper or orange wax paper. That is my favorite Halloween candy. I think it always has been too. Quiet, and he's off to the right. That means he's probably down here. And the reason why I call them Halloween candy is because I only ever see them out at Halloween. And there are kinds of candies that only come out and you only really see them around a specific holiday. Like for instance, yes, I know you can technically get Peeps all year round, technically, but Peeps are traditionally an Easter candy, and that's when all the millions of flavors appear. Candy corn. That shows up around, I guess, also Halloween, but more Thanksgiving. Candy corn is more of a Thanksgiving thing. Same thing with those, the same stuff as candy corn, but it's those big pumpkins. Big lumps of orange with a little green on the top for the stem. I still call it candy corn, but I consider those, even though they are pumpkins, they're not jack-o'-lanterns. I consider those Thanksgiving candy. And Christmas candy, well, that's your peppermint candy canes, traditionally. And also, oddly enough, I would consider those big sheets of turtle chocolate, you know, the chocolate melted into like nuts, I think walnuts or almonds or both or something like that. I would also consider that as Christmas candy, like turtle fudge or whatever it's called. I don't remember what it's called, honestly. I would consider those Christmas candy. I don't know, other than maybe Airheads, I don't know if I can point at something and say, yeah, that's 4th of July candy. But there's some candy that just only shows up around and specifically for certain holidays, and those caramel peanut butter things, I call them Halloween only candy, because while technically if you look around hard enough you can find peanut butter in a caramel thing, I'm sure I could find it somewhere, I call that Halloween candy. Well, yeah, I see airheads all year round. So I don't necessarily consider that a 4th of July candy, but that's the closest thing I could think of to point at and say maybe a 4th of July candy, but that's pushing it. Hey, oh, I clicked on him too late. That's okay, I just got 5 grand out of you, buddy. Oh no! It's the end of the world as we know it. And I feel fine. Do this. I haven't voted in a while. I also haven't gotten a mystery box in a while. Even with being on. I got, let's see here. Where is it? Where is it? This one right here. Toiger. Times 2.5 stranger chance. And I think I've decided I'm never going to do any breeding with my vault dwellers again. I think unless the resulting child is high stats just like the parents. Like if a child comes out of 2 parents that have max stats and the child only has 1, 2, 1, 1, 1, 2, 3, then definitely breeding program not worth it. But if they come out with stats on par with what the parents have and maybe a little better, then I might future wise do a little bit of breeding. Wait a minute, what am I waiting for? I can probably get back in. Yep, there we go. The time at noon. The weather clear. Faint and on the left. And that's why I play zoomed in. So I can get left-right channel information. I'm all alone! Oh, you know what? Server restart probably would have been the best opportunity to take care of this. Oh, wait, well, hold on. Oh, no. was gonna say I need to refill my drink, but I'll wait for this to happen. Just in case they get too rowdy. Okay. Excitement over. I'm going to go get a drink. I'll be right back. Okay, much better. Delicious. Black cherry flavored water. Brought to you by the cheap knockoff Mios that you find at Walmart. You know, come to think of it, I seem to also have that experience where the Reese's pumpkins do taste a little different, and I think it's just because they're either using... Oh, you must have been further down. They're either using fresher peanut butter, pumpkin, or staler peanut butter. And I don't know which. I know they're not adding pumpkin flavor. And I know they're not adding pumpkin spice. By the way, here's a piece of information most people will never tell you. There is no pumpkin in pumpkin spice. If you get a pumpkin spice latte, what they're saying, what they're promising, is that they have added allspice, nutmeg, clove, ginger, and cinnamon. There's no pumpkin in pumpkin spice. Never has been. Yeah, it's the spices for pumpkin pie. You know, you might have something. It might be because of the chocolate to peanut butter ratio. That might actually be it. And here's why I say this. Let's call them specialty Reese's, the jumbos, the king size or whatever they are, they taste different. They hit different than the normals, even though they're the same. And it's because there is a different ratio of chocolate to peanut butter. So that might be exactly why the pumpkin-shaped ones taste different. Part of me still wants to believe that it's because they were manufactured and packaged the year before and we're just getting leftovers that didn't sell the previous year. But I know that that's probably not the case, especially because the chocolate isn't sweating when I open it. By the way, that's what that white crystal stuff, if you find chocolate that's got white crystals on the surface, that's called chocolate sweat. It's still good. There's nothing wrong with it. It's not bad. It hasn't gone bad. It's just the ingredients have crystallized and made their way to the surface of the chocolate. Sugars and stuff. And it's called chocolate sweat. Bloom. I have heard bloom, and that might be the same thing. Remelt it? Nah, just eat it as is. Ew, mole rats. Okay, that's that layer done. Now I just need to keep doing it until I get all the way up. To here. I love me some Reese's. I love that I can get 12 of the white chocolate Reese's peanut butter cups for like $2 in this one sleeve at Walmart. Sure, they might be a little bit smaller than the normal peanut butter cups, but that's fine. If I'm going to be eating them anyway, a little smaller just means I won't be eating as much food. Sort of faint. Aha! Found you. But I only get Reese's peanut butter cups maybe about once a month, if that. And that's only if I'm feeling particularly sweet tooth. Recently, my sweet tooth go-to has been Tootsie Rolls. And I think next time I get them, I'm going to mix things up and get not just the plain Tootsie Rolls, but also the vanilla and the raspberry ones. Didn't want to click there. I'm trying to remember. I think it might have been Banish that didn't realize that you could just hold the click button down and place blocks, and also hold the click button down and break blocks. I think that it was they who thought that you had to press the button anew every single block. And that has stuck with me since I discovered they thought that. Oh, they must have been in the cafeteria. I thought changing the cafeteria back to the default theme would help me find the stranger quicker, but I don't know. Maybe he wasn't in there this time. Who knows? It seems like I don't need to be manually harvesting the power from that first room. So that's a good thing. You do what you need to do, Cuddles. There is no need to apologize. I appreciate all that you do. Yeah, you picked the wrong room, buddy. I can rename you, actually. Is it the arm where your shoulder was hurting? no bueno. If it is broken, it needs to be dealt with sooner rather than later. But I'm suspecting that it's not broken. I'm suspecting that it's partly dislocated. But I am not a doctor. Oh, on a completely unrelated subject. I have just recently finally begun watching Letterkenny. I have seen the first 6 episodes, which I think comprises the first season. And I find the show quite enjoyable. Their banter is sharper and quicker than I suspect is normal for people in their environment. I think that it is a result of a lot of script writing and a lot of practice. Obviously, it's not everything just off the cuff. At least I don't think it is. I might be entirely wrong about that, but the way that they go back and forth and say those things as rapid response as they do leads me to believe that they are following a script, which I mean is a show. Duh. They probably are. But I recognized after I watched the first few episodes of the show that I was starting to try to come up with witticisms at pace in my daily life, trying to keep up with the way that they use their speech mannerisms in the show. And I found myself having to rely on past patterns of speech in order to maintain that sort of speed. I couldn't necessarily come up with new stuff off the top of my head and have it be as sharp-witted as how is it that you You don't blow me up, you blow me down. You make me touch the ground. I don't get that. But anyway, a lot of the things that they say are just, they are hilarious, but they happen so fast, and the next thing begins happening so soon that you don't really have the time to sit and appreciate it. Really? You make me land again, huh? But having watched some of the show, it has made me almost want to start greeting people with some of these phrases that are in the show, just to see if I can get a response that comes from the show, so I can know who watches it. You didn't respond too well to the axe, so instead you get the bow. The bow of go away. So these ghoul attacks, in just a short amount of time, they are seeming to leave my vault dwellers irradiated enough that I am I'm not worried that they're going to get irradiated to death, but I wonder. I feel like I have received a lot more radiation damage with these guys than they have. I'm wondering if over time the radiation just diminishes on its own, even without them leveling up. In fact, I don't even think them leveling does anything as far as that's concerned. The name of the show is Letterkenny. Letterkenny. It is a show set somewhere in, I believe, Canada. In a sort of a hick town. It's a hilarious show. Everyone in it has this almost instant sharp wit. Except the ones that you can tell are written to be, I guess, dullards. exploring for 3 hours. Now, unlike so many shows that I have grown to enjoy, this is absolutely not one of those nerd shows. Quite the opposite. And I'm not getting the relatability connection to any of the characters so far. So I think ultimately what I'm enjoying about the show is the quick, sharp wit. Which, don't get me wrong, I can have a quick, sharp wit. Put me in the same room with Devious for 10 minutes and he and I can bounce off of each other almost at the same pace and even sometimes the same style as what I am finding in Letterkenny. And maybe that's some of the draw that it has for me. But I find that the show has its own special charm, and I am very much enjoying it. I will say that Letterkenny does espouse many opportunities for memes. I have seen so many memes come from this show. It's ridiculous. They have so many different kinds of situations that they get into that it just runs the gamut of every kind of meme you can think of. It sort of sounded middle-ish. Aha! That should be all of that layer. Sweet. Next layer. Don't see. Ah, got him. Now I know that on Discord it has that watch together thing on YouTube. I thought someone was saying that there was something you could do similar with Netflix and Hulu and other sites like that, but I have not seemed to have found it. That might be a Discord Nitro thingy. If I can figure out how to do the Hulu thing or whatever on Discord, I might be able to add that to like some events to do on my Discord channel, maybe over weekends or something. As it stands, I tend to just watch stuff whenever. Hey, Mr. Handy's helping. So you said that when Mr. Handy dies, he explodes, but you don't know if he causes damage to the nearby people. I can't wait to learn. Because you can't repair him. You just have to wait for him to die and then fix his explodified corpse, which is terrible. You should be able to send him into maybe the weapons workshop or something to get repaired. You guys are having a hard time with that fire. Here, have some preemptive health. My goodness. That took forever. And they lost like 3/4 of their health total. Just a moment, I have an eyelash that has turned traitor. Okay, much better. see here. It is only 11. Okay. Looks like I might be able to at least get this and the next layer done. I think regardless of what I'm going to be streaming tomorrow, I think what I need to do is just go ahead and install the My Worlds plugin and see if I can make some headway with clearing up some of the issues. And also, maybe if that does a little bit of work, but I'm still having some other issues, I will probably also throw in some clear lag somehow. I'm not sure what's good anymore as far as plugins. I've seen that there are some data packs that are clear lag related. All of them seem to say the same thing, and that is if you're on a server, to just use a plugin for clear lag. Alright, I have a thing out here in the wasteland. Let's enter the truck stop. Oh. Eliminate the raider boss. How many health packs? 13. Let's go ahead and go into it with as full health as I can. Oh boy. Finally got the boss out of the way. That's 5 stim packs down. It occurs to me, you only have a strength of 4. So close. So close. Let's see here. Strength 4, luck 1, strength 2, endurance 2. Or strength 3, endurance 2. Keep the one I've got. What's this new weapon? 14 to 15. That's technically an upgrade. I like it. Okay. Return to the wasteland, good buddy. You have 7 stim packs remaining. I sent you out with... How many did I send you out with? 15? It wasn't 20. Oh. And also, you guys are 5 minutes away from returning. Your return is nigh. It sounds sort of central. Ha! Alright, put this back over on that monitor. Back to building. I knew something else was going to happen. It happens in chunks. Well, thank you for spending time anyway. Oh, this person on Minecraft is lonely. Oh, I didn't have time to click on the soda bottle. Bother. I knew I should have clicked on him before I went for Cappy. Because Bottle typically only does his dance twice, at most, during a visit. So if you can catch him dancing, that's probably the only chance you'll get. And he, most of the time, spits out caps, but every once in a while spits out the Nuka-Colas. So it makes him worth watching. While I believe Cappy is just a distraction. I mean, it's nice to have the caps and all. Don't get me wrong. But the real rare currency is the Nuka-Colas. Especially because the mysterious stranger is made of money anyway. So I think what I'm going to do is, as far as tomorrow's stream, I'm going to do the dice roll kind of thing, or the Tatsubot choose command, and I'm going to enter either data pack, Van Helsing, or maybe World of Warcraft. I do know that over the weekend I'm going to try to make a Streamlabs scene where I can try to squeeze in all of the different idle games that I think will be fun to include. I think I am now officially at the point where I would have had to make some chiseled deep slate of my own. Thank you again, Cuddles, for that. You did not need to do that. I appreciate all that you do. He sounded quiet and a little off to the right. Maybe he's down here. Yep. I'm getting close to 200,000 bottle caps. That's like actual Fallout levels of money. I can do this. There. Now I am above everything. Sweet. Oh. These guys have returned. Plasma rifle, 17 to 18. Night Vision Institute rifle, 17 to 22. Recipe fragment. Hey, The Minutemen Diner! I finally have a new full theme. Alright, let's send you guys right back out. Yes, it's this one here. Boop boop. Jobs. You and you and you. And start quest. I like to keep these guys perpetually out questing if I can. That way I'm making some progress on at least one quest or another. Hours, that's good. You can keep going at it. You're good. There we go. No more infestation. Uh-oh. That is, I believe, Shadow King. I saw Luth was on earlier. They've come back on since. So they must be on here for something. I'm curious. it feels very weird to finally be past that layer for this. I mean, I know it's just this part that I'm doing, but I have completed 4 out of the 20, or I'm sorry, 3 out of the 20 tier 4 Menger Sponges, and with all the stuff that Cuddles has done over here, for sure we've gotten 4 of them completed. So that's at least a 1/5 of the way done. And this is going to be the 4th full one once this is done. Now I could be doing this one and this one over there at the same time, but then there would be all this time spent going all the way over here just to place the next block, and that just feels like too much of a time waster. So I'm just doing this one now, and then I'll go over and do that one. But my plan is to get the front face complete and move on from there. I can't wait until I get 45 dwellers, because at 45 dwellers, I think it's 45. Let's actually double check that. Weapons workshop. Yeah, at 45 dwellers you can craft rare weapons. And that's where it's going to start actually being worth doing weaponry. For right now, I am happy with all of my 6 to 8 shotguns. Those are just fine. And I've just remembered that I brought home some junk. Let's see here. This is worse. Got 3 of the 68s and 1 of these, and I've got some more guns coming home. I don't know if this has multiple shots. I don't know if this is going to be a 2-round pistol, or if it's going to be just here is a whole clip. Because it says 2 to 7, but it is a legendary weapon. If it's only 2 shots, and it's even if it's maximum, that's absolute maximum 14 damage from a legendary weapon. Well, I can get that from a junk jet. So I don't know if it's worth keeping a hold of that legendary pistol or not. I was zoomed out too far, I can't tell where he's gonna be. Oh well. He was somewhere off to the left. Anyway, I just was reminded that I have a little bit of junk to recycle. Keeping a lot more outfits than I ought to, probably. but some of them just feel novel. Let's see here. Who in here? You can use this. Have some better gear. Ah! Fire, leave me alone. What's that song from Twin Peaks? Fire Walk With Me? I think. Well, either way. Instead of Fire Walk With Me, it's Fire Leave Me Alone. There is this category of games that I think past me would have liked to play, but present me doesn't want to. And I think that they are all going to start ending up in my never play category. And they are effectively the... You don't really have a choice. You're just playing a story. And no matter what you do, the story is just going to unfold the way it's going to unfold. And an example of that is a fantastic game, beautiful game, in fact, that has so much going on in it that it is a long-term time investment to play and to beat. Difficult, challenging, and rather unique. And it's called Death Stranding. I have watched the gameplay footage, but more importantly, I've watched all of the storyline, all of the cutscenes. And I'm sure that the... Come on, I clicked on you. I'm sure that the gameplay is fun. And I'm sure that the minutia that you choose to do, go back and pick up drop packages and that sort of thing, and the the random chance stuff. I'm sure that that is intriguing to a lot of players, but knowing the story, I realize that I don't want to have to struggle through the gameplay, especially the more difficult gameplay, especially stuff that's, you know, reflex based. I've got terrible reflexes. That's part of the reason why I am not a fan of QuickTime games. Like Telltale games, I won't play them. I have, at the very least, I have the first Walking Dead season. I think I have a couple of them. And I think I have Tales from the Borderlands. I won't play any of that because I hate QuickTime events. Hate them with passion. But I love the stories. I've watched all of the Walking Dead Telltale games, and I have watched all of the Tales from the Borderlands. All the different story options, all that kind of stuff on different people's YouTubes. There's one in particular, Gamer's Little Playground, I think is what it's called. I have that channel piped to my Discord. But because I know what the story is, and because I don't enjoy the gameplay style, just because it's in one of my favorite franchises, it doesn't mean I want to play the game. And so I'm finding myself making decisions of, I only have so much time that I can spend on things, and I have projects I would rather be working on of my own. So if I'm going to play a game, it needs to be at least to me in some way enriching. Mental nourishment, if you will. Any else need a level up? No one else? No. Okay. Let me take a sip here. You know, this also means, I guess, I should probably go through my 500 plus items on my Steam wish list and start trimming the fat and getting rid of the games that I go, you know, great story, don't need to play it myself. I already know the story. If I want to get frustrated with bosses and puzzles, I have plenty of other games that I don't know the story for that I can do that on. Because there comes a point in every gamer's life when they have to look at a game and say, I don't actually want to play this. Thank you, loud mole rats. Now there's the other end of the spectrum where I generally know how a game is played, how the storyline unfolds, and it's got its challenges and stuff. But I actually do want to do them myself. Like for instance, even if I knew going into that Breath Edge game, even if I already knew what was meant to happen and what things were where and all that kind of stuff, I would probably still have played it. Just like I would probably play Subnautica if I owned it. I don't actually own it. Do I? I don't believe I own it. Sub? No, I've submerged. What is submerged? Oh, that's that game! Yeah! I remember that game. That's one of those games where you can just launch it for, say you've got 15 minutes to spare or something. You can launch Submerged, get a little bit of work done, save and exit, and get on your merry way. And it actually has, let's see here, 10 achievements. Climb to the highest point in the world. Use the postcard feature. Visit all of the hotels, 0 of 3. Finish the campaign, beat the game. A quarter of the people have done this. A quarter of the people who have this game have beaten the game. That means it's a relatively easy game to beat. Because most games, that achievement is closer to like 15% of game owners. Let's see here. Visit all landmarks, 0 of 8. Visit the north, east, south, and west boundaries. See all the creatures. Stay in the boat for a complete day-night cycle. Gather all secrets. 0 of 60. That's where they get you. Okay. And then gather all boat boosts. 0 of 26. I may play Submerged. Because I have not beaten this game. Six hours for you. So what else skills do you need? Everything but where you are. You, sir, get to work on your strength. Sir and or madam. Maybe that's what I'll do. I have several dozen games that I put in a category on Steam called Achievable. Because I looked at the achievements and say, you know what? I could reasonably do all of these. Some of the games I have, I look at the achievements and I know I can't do all of them. Like ones that ask for you to go into PvP situations and kill 100 players. I will never do that. I will never do that. I have a hard time convincing myself to, in a safe environment, take turns with someone I know to get an achievement in PvP stuff. Like going into it with, for instance, Cuddles in a game that we both have, and just saying, alright, you stab me, okay cool, now I stab you, okay cool, now you stab me, until we get an achievement. Even that makes me a nervous wreck. I absolutely hate PvP situations. And so anything that calls for PvP, I will almost certainly never get those achievements. Alright. Uh-oh. Abandoned cabin. Let's do this. Let's see if he dies. He has 7 stim packs. Eradicate the red roach infestation. Actually, this doesn't seem like it's going to be too bad. Hello there, lonesome traveler, and welcome to my home. I'm in a bit of a pickle and would really appreciate a helping hand. Seems I have a case of red roach infestation. Could you take care of it for me? You're welcome to take anything you want from the basement as a reward. Oh, okay. Well, thank you. No problem, ma'am. I'm on it. Thank you. You're a godsend. Come on. Hey, more stim packs! Now I can actually do this for sure. And some rat away. Oh, did I just step in? Oh, gross. Boss is down. Ah. See, like I said, my reflexes are awful. Bottle caps, a level up, and a legendary junk. And technically, I'm only down one stim pack. Have you found any other interesting weaponry? No. Continue exploring the wasteland. Did get 2 Nuka-Colas out of that. So he's almost 4 hours in, and look at all this junk in his trunk. Detected a disgusting red roach. Okay, close. Put this back to Minecraft. Alright, let's get back to it. I want to finish this layer before my stream is done. Sounded off to the right. I clicked on you! I clicked on you, you cheater. Oh well. 'Tis what 'tis. Ah, without the elevator there, it is going to be a little bit harder for things to go from this room to this room. I should have pulled from over here. I see. 4 hours, that's acceptable. Quiet and center left. So that's a good question. Does the left-right channel come through on the stream? Do you guys get to hear which side the mysterious stranger is on? Do you guys get to hear what side chests get open on? Or is it mono? Oh yeah, on the phone it would be mono. That's a good point. Now for sure I am in the realm of using more deep slate than I had. Thank you, Cuddles. Must ignore Bottle and Cappy. Largely. fire. Here, you help with the fire. Come on, put out the fire. Thank you. Knew it was going to be something like that. After I said I was going to ignore Bottle and Cappy, that something's going to make me have to look. A fire in a weakling's room. Poor Smoke. Yay! It didn't make me click the dog 37 times. I got a Nuka-Cola. Holy cow, I might actually make it to 200,000 today. That'll be something. Oh, I am not looking forward to dealing with the cloud layer. I'll have to turn the clouds off when it comes to that. I'll have to. Oh yeah, that's right. You gave me 7. 2. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Yeah, these last two have been expressly cuddles. Okay. There we go. 6 layers. 6 layers ain't bad. And these tend to be the highest density layers. These 3 right here, especially this one and this one. These are the 2 that have the most blocks on the entire setup. So 6 layers in one session, not bad. Like if I'm doing just this layer, you can see how little actually gets put on this layer. It's so much airspace. But yeah. Oh, of the layers for the tier 4, this one here, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. 16 rows. 16 rows, and they're not full rows either. That's the layer that has the least amount of blocks for an entire tier 4 Menger Sponge. The one smack in the middle. That's going to be the easy day. There we go. Next layer, we'll need to get the torches on it. I'll worry about that next time though. Probably do a stream of this next week. I don't know. Maybe we can just do one Menger Sponge stream a week and try to get some more progress going consistently on it. I'm not expecting to get this done by Christmas or anything like that, but I would like to make some progress on it, and I want to keep checking back to see if Goober here has abandoned his claim or logged back in or whatever. But I am going to go ahead and wrap things up. The next time I stream on Performium, I will be streaming over at the Undercity, the Walls for Lordaeron. So that's going to be something to look forward to over there. There we go. Let's get first person. Let's get rid of chat. Hello. Hello, kitty cat. So, thank you very much for watching. If you have any questions, comments, or suggestions, leave them down in the description, or in the, not the description, and in the comments section below. Commenting at this point in the stream on the chat would probably not be seen ever by me, because once the stream is over, I don't, you know, go back and read the chat much unless there's something I think I missed. But if you like this video, give it a like. I appreciate it. And if you haven't already, go ahead and subscribe. I am trying to get to that 2,000 mark. And find some group of your friends and say, hey, I've been watching this guy on YouTube. Here's his channel. You never know. You might get me some new subscribers. But, see here. Also, down in the description, not the comments, the description this time, I have a link to my Discord and my Patreon and my Streamlabs. And if you would like to help support this channel, you can either tip your Streamlabs or do a more ongoing, like a monthly donation through Patreon. And if you want to just hang out, I have Discord. And when you join it, all you have to do is pick a role, and that'll be that. But I'm going to go ahead and let you go. Hi, kitty. I will be streaming something tomorrow. Haven't decided yet what. I will probably do a random number gen or dice roll or something on my Discord. You're funny, Johnny. And then it's probably going to be 30% chance the data pack, 30% or 33% chance Van Helsing, and maybe 33% chance the World of Warcraft. We'll see how it goes. But I'm going to go ahead and let you go for today. So thank you very much once again for watching and hanging out and chatting and spending time. I appreciate it and love you all. This is Thorn of Night. This has been the Performium Wild SMP, which can be joined. Here, let me bring this back up. mc.performium.net. You can join this server and play for free. And this has been my cat. This has been the Menger Sponge. And once again, this has been Thorn of Night, and I will talk to you later.